What's up, boys? What's up? Welcome. So, today we have quite a bit of testing to do. However, unlike the last time, I prepared everything in advance, so it should be a bit smoother. It should be mostly testing and not preparing designs and training ships, unless we want to add something new. Now, let me start by showing you something here. It should be this one. Okay, I just need to close the game. No, not here. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Here maybe. Let's see. There we go. I got it. Okay, so what we're doing here, let me explain it briefly, is we are testing the latest version of the open beta. That's the open beta 6. We're testing a new build for Germany that I want to share with you, but I will not be doing it today because it's too long. But I do plan to include this in my new Germany guide. If you have a membership, you have access to it already. It's called I forgot, something like Navy oriented build. And it's much better than the previous one. The original build for Germany allowed us a total of 60k IC investment for the Navy. Then the last time we were around 80k to 90k, and now we got to 105,000 IC that we can invest in the Navy without actually losing anything. We still have the same amount of planes, we have our tanks and so on. We do not have the facility because I was not convinced by the facility, especially the naval one. So we're not going to test special projects for the Navy. I didn't particularly like any of them anyway, so not worth it in my opinion. And by not making the facility, you can actually afford 2 dockyards from the very beginning of the run. And you know, even if it's just 2 dockyards over the course of the entire run, they build up to quite a decent amount of IC. So that's one of the elements. Now, from the beginning of the run, I have been dedicating only 1 dockyard to submarines, and then 1 dockyard to convoys from the beginning of World War II. And then the rest was entirely on the main design. You know, yeah, I know, right? Now, the main design in the original run was the DDL Plus, which I will show you a bit later. In fact, actually, we are going to test the DDL Not Plus, but we'll talk about that. And then another 5,000 IC went into submarines. Actually, only 9 submarines, while we managed to get a total of 70 DDL Plus that we will talk about in a bit. Now, doctrines. These I can probably show in game as well as the traits and the testing situation and scenario. What we need to test is what you see down here. So this is a lot of effort and dedication. Well, it's not done yet. It's just prepared. So basically we are going to run 3 tests for each design, initially with the same setup that I will show you in a bit. Then we are going to try the same but without using submarines, so no distraction for the eye. And finally we're going to try alone with submarines. What does it mean alone? Well, it means without the starting German fleet. So just what we have been producing during the run, assuming that we started with absolutely no Navy. And we're going to do that for the DDL, DDT, CL, improved CL, and then the group ones, which I will explain in a bit. So I think we can go back to the game. By the way, these results will not be available here. I will not show them at the end. I'll write them down. This is a members only document. So later on, if you want to access this document, once it's all filed, you will need to be to get it through the membership, of course. That's part of the dedication that I put into this. That said, let's get into the game and let's start. Actually, before we start the testing, I wanted to try something else. So let's load the DDL one, which will be the first one, but I want to try a naval invasion as we usually do, to see how difficult it is right now to get dominance over the UK. Now, I believe this is the starting German fleet without any of my designs. In fact, it's a weaker version of the starting German fleet. Now, let's say that we want to set it on patrol. In this case, of course, we don't want to engage. So we're going to try a couple of tests for the naval invasion. We're going to try the disengage spam in the North Sea, and then we're going to try the disengage spam in the English Channel. We're going to try without air first. So this is the impossible scenario. I don't think it's possible to get dominance this way, but we're still going to try. Then later on I will actually show you why it is not possible to gain dominance. And that's because Paradox decided to cheat. Oh, my phone is talking. Shut up, phone. But I am talking in my phone. Okay, now let's see here the situation. Let's see if there is any chance you get dominance with a small fleet. I seriously doubt so, but you never know. Now this is why, while using submarines to destruct, so you still need some submarines. Submarines have been nerfed again, but they are still better than... yeah, disengage spam is also a bit nerfed, I think, but I'm not entirely sure, maybe not. Though we did lose 3 destroyers in there. But the main problem is not that. The main problem is that building up dominance is much, much slower. Again, because the AI is cheating by copying my strategy. Yeah. Seems very unlikely that you get this. They spam engager. Oh yeah, not a chance. Yeah, so it looks like Paradox maybe finally did it. They managed to make it impossible to invade the UK. For a minor, of course, because Germany can still do it. But, yeah. Now, I want to show you why this is the case, because that's the funniest part. Yeah, you end up with a wipe. There is no way you do it. Maybe we can try later in the channel. In here, the strategy doesn't work anymore. So massive change. I don't know if people are happy with this. Cool. Then very cool. Now let me show you how Paradox achieved this, because that's the funniest part. So Paradox achieved this by cheating exactly by first of all they nerfed my strategy, so you cannot use strike force fleets on do not engage anymore because they don't give you dominance anymore. And then they cheated even more by setting on patrol their own fleets on do not engage. So this is the insane shit that Paradox is using. So by having a couple of fleets on patrol do not engage, they don't engage you at all, so they don't get damaged, so they don't need to repair them. And they keep dominance unless you engage them. And for you to engage them, you also need to have some detection. So it's quite curious. So basically they copied my strategy, which was set them on never repair, do not engage, and they did it for the AI. So the AI is using my strategy now. The problem is, by the AI using these, we are in big trouble, because unless we engage these fleets, we cannot get the dominance. Not to mention that this is absolutely dumb, because why would a fleet on do not engage give you dominance? It's like Paradox fixed that issue, like assuming it was an exploit, the one I was using. They fixed it by removing the dominance granted by do not engage. And then what do? They give the same cheat to the AI. It's just insane. It's just insane. So this is extremely annoying. Extremely annoying. Now, let's go back and give it a try in the English channel and see if we have a better chance there. No, I mean paradrop cheese, of course. Now it's going to be paradrop cheese. When you play as a minor, you just paradrop cheese. If that's fun, sure, let's go for it. Because in all of this, Paradox still hasn't given us a way to build a navy. If you start as a minor, you cannot build a navy. So what do? You just don't play the game, you paradrop cheese, or you stay at war forever. Like, I don't see many other options there. Okay, so let's leave the submarines. We need to adjust them a little bit. So we go another try, because there is absolutely no way we get this done in the North Sea. Let's give it a try instead Let's say Dunkirk. I stopped these motherfuckers. Okay, so now we want these guys on do not engage. These submarines will be on convoy raiding around the UK, so we'll try to distract them, but not in the English Channel. Submarines are okay as they are. Let's make also a save. Well, this is the beta, so it may still change, but I doubt it will change. I think this is what Paradox wanted. So they finally achieved it. Good job. By cheating, which is the funniest part of it all. I honestly don't understand why we are not allowed to trigger a naval invasion without a fucking dominance. Just let us trigger the naval invasion and give us some debuffs. Why can I not trigger the naval invasion? Why on earth would Germany not be able to say, okay, let's attempt a naval invasion of the UK, even though the Royal Navy is more powerful? Let's just try it. Why not? Give us the supply penalties that you already have if you don't keep the dominance. But why do you need to prevent people from triggering a naval invasion? It's so dumb. So now we're trying basically the same thing that we were doing in the North Sea, but in the Channel, so the chances of succeeding are basically 0. But I'll still try. Also, yeah, we need to change the naval invasion though from here. Oh yeah, the game will be historical accurate though, and that's the fun part. Yep, we get the full historical accuracy. Great, great. It looks like you may have a slightly better chance, but then the dead stack comes and the spam disengage is less effective than before for some reason. Yeah, you know, the strategy would still work, but the cheat of the AI on do not engage is just too strong. It's already a wipe. Also, of course, since they nerf submarines and they nerf the fact that, generally speaking, even though sometimes they still engage them, strike forces will ignore submarines. So strike forces just go straight for your navy. And ignore everything in between. Yeah, okay, so this is a no-go. It's not going to work. Bad news, Dr. Hoops. Bad news, of course, as always with Paradox. As though any change is a bad change in recent times, of course. So it looks like Paradox probably finally made it impossible to invade the UK for minor countries. Okay, so now what we're going to try next is we're going to try with some planes, but we're going to try with a few planes, assuming that you can make some naval bombers. Let's say like 600 naval bombers, okay? That's something that even a minor country may be able to afford. Well, okay, let's put all of them. Okay, now in theory, this still helps. Yeah, but again, the biggest issue is that you used to get dominance in like 3 days. And now it literally takes forever. And you get full dead stack spamming you one after the other. No, no, not a chance. Do we still have green air? Yeah, we have green air, but it doesn't matter. Oh. Yeah. Nothing. Wipe. Paradox is nerfing the Navy again to make it harder for us to perform Sea Lion. No, totally not the same thing they have done for... No, they have trying... I've never seen Paradox work so hard on one goal. Like, they dedicated the last literally 6 months to making invading the UK impossible. Like that's the primary goal of the game. Like, this game had no other priority but to make invading the UK impossible. And good news, Paradox can still do something. When they set their minds to it, it looks like they succeeded. So, awesome job there. Submarines were nerfed again in the sense that it used to be that they gain 50% escape chance per day when not detected. And now it's 35% per day, which simply means instead of 2 days, it takes 3 days. So it's quite a significant nerf to submarines. They are still more or less decent, though. They are viable in general, okay? The thing is, viable for what? Because the primary purpose was to distract the Royal Navy. And they can distract the Royal Navy a little bit, but as you can see, not enough to get dominance anymore. Because once again, let me clarify, the UK is now cheating by putting some fleets on patrol do not engage. And so these fleets keep giving them dominance unless you engage them. And so there is no longer an easy way to get dominance without engaging the Royal Navy. So by copying my strategy, they made it possible. Dr. Hoops, thank you so much for the donation. Okay, there is one last hope that I possibly have, and then I would say right now they did make it impossible. I cannot think about anything that would make it possible other than, of course, having a bigger fleet. Now, what we were testing now is a very small fleet, like just the starting German fleet. Maybe with a bigger fleet, which, by the way, you are not allowed to build, because minor countries, let's be very clear about that, cannot build a fleet. Germany can build a fleet. Minor countries cannot build a fleet. You can steal the German fleet, the Italian fleet, and hope that that is enough. It's going to be very tough. Some countries are very screwed in that sense. Like, I can imagine the Ottoman run to be completely screwed by that. Maybe the Brazil run. Maybe you have a chance if you can take Vichy France, so that's something to explore, to check. But again, most miners will be screwed, and I would say the option would be just to power drop cheese. You cannot build an air force in a reasonable amount of time, so you need to cheese the power drop. There is no other way that I can think about. And even power drop cheesing on the UK is not that easy. You need to do it up here, and they do defend a bit, so it's going to be tricky. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to try is with planes, but in the North Sea, to see if by some miracle we can get a bit more dominance. So let's even see if the basic ones have enough range. I doubt so, honestly. The fighters do. Okay, let's do it with something else then. Don't have a lot of C2 though. Let's do it with these ones. Okay. Let's say we trigger it as soon as possible, and let's try the usual strategy here. He got engaged though. And because the fleets that engage you are not the same fleets that are on patrol do not engage. Even after this fight, which in the past would have forced the Royal Navy to repair, and so it would have given you a little window of opportunity here to get dominance while the fleet is repairing. Now they simply, well, they keep engaging you first of all, so that's mostly not an option anymore. But also, they have these patrol fleets on do not engage, so they don't lose the dominance at all. So they keep dominance. I think we probably would have green air in there. But yeah, no, not possible. Awesome. Awesome. Done. Another wipe. Yeah, that's it. That's such a shame that they did that. I have only recently started getting really good at the game, and I have only successfully won war towards Germany once and was performing a successful seal. Germany can do it. All Royal Navy is patrolling and not engaging and getting... No, not all the Royal Navy. So... They split their navy in this way. They have these big task forces on always engage, never repair. Also, they changed this thing. They put their own fleet on never repair, so they don't go to repair and they don't give you windows of opportunity for dominance. While earlier they used to repair a lot more. So they have a couple of these massive fleets, strike forces on, again, never repair, always engage. But then what they also have is these other smaller fleets, which are on never repair, do not engage. And so the mix of these two things makes it so that they always have very high dominance all around the UK. So it seems to be nearly impossible to get dominance without engaging and defeating their fleet. Nearly impossible. Now we would have to try... let's maybe give it a try with a larger fleet. But I still don't want to engage. I just want to see if by any chance a larger fleet would be enough to get the dominance without fighting. So maybe if you spam empty ships, maybe. But again, I don't see this happening very much, honestly. No, from my point of view, this is a disaster. Like everything they have been doing since no compromise, no surrender is pretty much a disaster. But this is clearly the worst change in a very long time. Okay, so let's try now with a larger fleet and yeah, let's say no planes. So let's say you have a larger fleet because you stole some other fleets, but not a combat capable fleet. So we're going to still spam disengage, even though this is actually a very good fleet. So that's a bit of a problem. But see how long it takes to get... It's funny because later on I will show you, even when you destroy the Royal Navy, you often don't have dominance because they have these fleets on patrol do not engage, which unless you can spot and engage yourself, will keep giving them dominance even if you destroy their main fleet. You know, we're getting dominance, but the thing is they are not engaging us because they are scared, maybe. Because in all of these, the funniest part is when you build a strong fleet, they are still scared to engage you. But they will engage us eventually, for sure. But takes forever. Nothing. It's not going on. We are stuck at 32%. Yeah, this is an example of what happens when you have a strong fleet and you put it there. They may not even engage you, and they still keep the dominance. I have been away from HOI4 for a while. Does this mean that we pretty much have to build a decent navy as Germany? No, guys, you missed the point. Germany has no issues. Germany can destroy the Royal Navy and win easily. What this means is that anything else in the game that is not Japan, Italy, Germany, the United States, maybe France, cannot invade the UK. Because you cannot build a navy. That's the point. Unless, of course, you can easily steal these navies, which is what we're simulating now. Now we're simulating something like you playing as another country that can steal a significant amount of navies. So that would be at the very least the entire Italian and German navies. But as you can see, by cheating, by setting their fleet on do not engage, it's still very difficult to get dominance in here. Because they simply don't engage us. So I guess we would have, let's assume that we have at least some planes. These guys cannot be on it. Yeah, the thing is I cannot send them there. Okay, I can. No, see, we are completely stuck with dominance here. It's increasing at the slowest rate ever seen. Yeah, now they engaged us, and the thing is, the fleet that we have here is actually a very good fleet. So we would win this battle, which I don't want to do. So I'll try to disengage. And now he got a little bit closer, but still no. We have the planes. We even have green air right now. Even with green air, you still don't get dominance. Yeah, I can understand you. I have been focusing on other stuff. Like in China, I found something that is kind of viable. Yeah, no, our dominance is actually decreasing here. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing. You know, guys, what makes me mad here is that Paradox asked me, they after my latest testing video, they asked me to explain why I was able to get dominance, right? And I couldn't lie to them, say like, not explain the way that worked. So I explained it, but I also added to the description when I wrote to them. I said, please, guys, I understand what you're trying, but please. Don't make it impossible to invade the UK. Don't make it impossible for a minor country to invade the UK. Or, if you want to make it impossible to invade the UK, please give us other options. Give us the option to get a white peace if you don't invade them and they don't invade you. Give us at least the option to get a white peace with the United States and the rest of the allies if at some point you manage to invade the UK. So that way you don't need to do it necessarily by 1941. Maybe you have more time, you build up a navy, you invade the UK, and then at least you get a white peace. You are not forced to invade the US, and then invade Brazil because it becomes a major, and then invade Chile because it becomes a major, and then who knows what. Or, again, gives us ways to trigger naval invasions without dominance. But yeah, that's the thing. That's what happened. And I literally have never seen them put so much effort into anything else in this game. Just this. Spearheads are broken. Have been broken for a year. Nobody has fixed that. But making the UK impossible to invade? Yes. No, you don't get the dominance. You just don't get the dominance. You don't get the dominance because they have the patrol do not engage fleets. And there is nothing you can do about that other than engaging them yourself. So yeah, they did it. Exactly! But man, that's what pisses me off the most. There is absolutely no reason why you should not be able to decide that you want to trigger a naval invasion with no dominance. There is no reason. And it could be a covert operation, a fucking raid. Add it as a raid. You have the raid to you fucking raid the Big Ben. Why don't they add a covert naval invasion raid and you can send maximum 10 divisions or 5, whatever. Only special force, only Marines. Force us to research Marines and use the useless raids. Give them a purpose. Just give us a raid to do that without dominance. I understand that some people enjoy naval gameplay and want naval gameplay to have a purpose. Totally fine. But give us a way to fix the problem that is the UK in this game. Yeah, sure, kill the carrier fleet. What's the problem? Are we talking about Germany? Because as Germany, I will show you in a second that we wipe out completely the Royal Navy. But the problem is obviously not Germany. The problem is obviously not Germany. The problem is everything else. Could be a special operation. The problem is I already talked about that with Paradox, and they said that they don't want to lock up core features of the game, such as invading the UK, as something that requires a DLC. So if you need La Resistance for it, then Paradox is not happy. But a raid is available. These raids I don't think raids require any DLCs, so they can just let them. Yeah, exactly. The only raids you have are completely useless, and for once they could add something useful, and they don't. So it doesn't look like in here we can get any dominance. Now I'm going to try again this thing, so a larger fleet but in the channel. That's the last test we're going to do in this sense, and then we're going to test the actual designs. They don't want to pay wallet, so there is no option to do that. So you just get screwed. Yeah. Also, now one more thing that I would like to try though is what if we use a strike force? And the problem is the strike force now you cannot set it on do not engage anymore. We can set it on engage at low risk though. So 1 patrol, 1 engage at low risk with the naval bombers. Let's try that. In the same area. Ah wait, these guys do not engage though. Now you need to be even more careful to disengage spam potentially 2 fleets. You can see that they are going. Can I force them back, by the way? No. Wait a second. I have an idea. No. Shift doesn't work. Okay. And like that, they lose... I mean, okay. Wait a second. No, nothing. They absolutely want to engage. And then, of course, they get destroyed the moment they engage. Because you set them to engage at low risk, then they engage 1 ship and they get engaged by the entire Royal Navy. It's so fun that they made it so that you can no longer do not engage on strike force, but at the same time they put the fucking patrol fleets on do not engage, so you cannot take the dominance easily. This is very tough because right now we are using a fairly large fleet. And despite that, we still cannot get dominance.
That is what we are going to try to do. That is the resolve of His Majesty's government. Every man of them. That is the will of Parliament and the nation. The British Empire and the French Republic linked together in their cause and in their need.
Though it's probably a bit better. Now we got dominance. Let's not... guys, shut up. Don't say anything about this, because when Paradox realizes, they will nerf these two. But yeah, we got dominance. Did it trigger? Yeah, it did trigger. Okay. It did trigger, but it was so tough. And it was with a large fleet. Biggest problem is that... Also defending quite hard. No, I'll kill them. Maybe not actually, because I don't want to manage two fronts.
Ihre Befehle?
For more testing of this kind, we will have to use a minor country. We'll have to run as a minor country and see what chances they get to be able to trigger a naval invasion. And I have the feeling it will be pretty low chances, but yeah, until we try, we cannot know for sure.
Ihre Befehle?
Fuck you. Yeah. What, you don't see anything because the other funny thing they did. No, it's dominance. Do you remember, guys, when dominance or supremacy used to be so easy to see? You saw the green sea, like green air, and you immediately knew when you had dominance. And now, you don't even see it anymore on the map. You see this shitty mixed color thing that it's impossible to understand. Okay, let me try one last thing before we move on to the actual testing. I don't know. I literally don't know what to say about this thing. I'm a bit surprised though that people don't complain. I guess people don't optimize stuff. They just don't invade the UK maybe. Because I would have expected people to be a bit more complaining, honestly, about this. So let's try a couple of things now. First, I want to try with overwhelming... I want to try with overwhelming air dominance, so the one that you would normally obviously have as Germany. And a fairly large fleet, but of course this is going to be, I mean, it should be easy. Let's see, maybe not, but it should be easy. Yeah, okay, this works. I mean, obviously this works, but you need to be Germany to do something like this. Let's also try... this is a bit messed up. Let's find the early destroyers, maybe. Yeah, okay, let's try with just one, with a smaller fleet, the German fleet. See if it's still enough. Yeah, well, let me stop them a second. We should lose dominance now. Yeah. Now let's try. Yeah, okay, they get scared by the amount of planes. They still get scared with a lot of planes. So the other option, of course, is having so many planes that they get scared. But that would be a lot of planes, not just some planes. So if you have overwhelming air superiority in the English Channel, then it works. Okay, so I will say that I actually like the dominance logic, but I think they definitely need to correct this so it isn't so hard for no reason. For me, the UK naval invasion is important, but more so is the Pacific theater and making the USA versus Japan war theater better. That needs the Navy functional and interesting and engaging. Guys, I agree with you. I would like the Navy to be interesting and engaging, but making the UK impossible to invade just doesn't make sense. There are two arguments here. You can take the argument number one, which is, well, historically, the UK was impossible to invade. Okay. Then, my counter-argument to that reason is, we want this game to be historical. That's your point, right? So the UK was impossible to invade. Fine. Then you also obviously you make Germany impossible to invade. No, the Austria could have never invaded Germany. So why is Austria able to invade Germany in the game? No, it must be impossible. Finland should never be able to win and invade the Soviet Union, right? So you make Finland impossible to play. So you basically remove the minor powers from the game, because minor powers did not win in World War II. Right? If the historical accuracy is what we're looking at, then you do it like that. Okay. Other argument could be the Navy should have a point, should be fun and engaging. Fine. Then you either give us an option to build one as a minor country, which in my opinion could be obviously not making it cheaper, because it would be cheaper for everybody. So that wouldn't fix the issue. The only way to fix the problem is to make the positioning penalty much bigger, or work around it so that so that positioning is devastating, and therefore the UK is not able to death stack as much as they are. So if you build a smaller but very advanced fleet, or very well designed fleet, you can challenge and defeat major powers. Currently, simply that's not the case. I will show you later, but even with a very well designed fleet, you still lose. Numbers in terms of the Navy make the biggest difference. And then I will repeat this 1 billion times, but unlike land battles, when you can afford to lose 1 or 2 battles, in the Navy, when you lose 1 or 2 battles, you wipe the Navy, and it takes 5 years to rebuild the Navy. You don't have that option. So, yeah, and then again, or all of that, but give us another way, an alternative way to invade the UK that is not the power drop cheese, which honestly it's a bit sad. If we have to do it, we'll do it, fine, but it's sad. It's sad to cheese the game. Or, I really think a raid would be the best option. Honestly, you have them already. Just make a raid that requires Marines, has a limited amount of units that you can send, and trigger naval invasions that cannot be intercepted and doesn't require naval dominance. I honestly don't see why not. I see literally no reason not to do that. And it doesn't have to be everywhere in the world, because the main issue here is the UK. It's not about the rest of the world. It's all about the UK. By the way, guys, and then the last option that I also offer to Paradox, but they only listen to the part where I explained how the do not engage work. The other option would be, okay, make it so that if you're at war with the UK and you're in Europe, if the UK is completely kicked out, or the Allies are completely kicked out of the Mediterranean Sea, so if you take Gibraltar, if you take all of these islands in here, well, these islands might actually be difficult to take if you don't have naval dominance, but ignoring the islands, then maybe if you control the Mediterranean entirely, so they don't have any access, you control both Suez and Gibraltar, so the UK has no way of sending in or out troops, and no way of invading you, and no ways to reach any of your land, then the United States or the Allies will offer a wide peace. Or you need to invade the UK, but after invading the UK, the United States will offer a wide peace, which would make sense, even historically, because I'm pretty sure that the United States would not have been able to invade Europe if they had no access to Europe. So if the UK capitulated and the Mediterranean was entirely under control of the Axis, how could the United States plan a naval invasion from the United States to Europe? And I don't see why in the game you're forced to keep being at war with them and invade them when they can clearly not invade you. Why is it on me to have to invade the United States? Then, of course, to keep it balanced, make it so that the wide peace doesn't include the countries that you have not capitulated. So when you sign the wide peace, you keep you have a separate peace conference with all of the European countries that you were able to conquer, not with India, not with the Dutch East Indies, not with Canada, and so on. If you set a fleet to not engage, then they should only count for spotting, not for dominance. Yes, even though that was my strategy to get dominance, yes, logically, yes, it's very fun that Paradox removed it from the strike forces just to give it to their own patrol forces. It's crazy. The US invaded North Africa from the US. Yeah, but if they are not able to do that, because if you control entirely the area in here, give it a timer. How about a timer? You put a, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months timer. If in 6 months neither you nor the United States manage to land a naval invasion on each other, then there is a wide peace event. And the white piece event that you can accept or refuse. If you want to continue the war, the long war, you can refuse it. But the AI United States, if they cannot invade you, they offer a white piece. I honestly, I don't see any issues with that. Okay, boys, now that we are done with the rant, that will continue because I will make a video about this, but the main rant is here. In the video, I will rant a lot less. Now let's actually talk about a proper navy. Let's talk about a proper navy. So in today's test, we are testing a navy build for Germany that allows, as I was mentioning earlier, to have quite a big fleet. Now, this is not the fleet that we built. I removed it. We have 100,000 IC to invest in the fleet. In fact, we have as many as 41 dockyards because I have been building a fair amount of dockyards in several areas of Germany. Then now, of course, also we conquered other people. Let's talk about the designs. The main designs that we want to test are, well, basic submarine. This one we are going to ignore. This is only 5,000 IC invested, and they are already in here, alongside the starting ones for Germany. Going to ignore them entirely. So we're going to consider the newest and latest design that I have been working on, which is this light attack-oriented destroyer. Now, today I'm very, very curious to check with you guys whether this design for the destroyer can compete and maybe even perform better than the torpedo-oriented one. Talking of advantages, the torpedo-oriented one, of course, has much higher torpedo attack, and it is slightly cheaper, but not really a big difference. The light attack-oriented one doesn't have a lot of light attack per ship, but you still have a lot of ships, so the overall light attack that you get is pretty good. And it has the advantage of having both light attack and some torpedo damage. So when they destroy the screens, then they can also damage the backline more effectively with torpedoes. So in theory, this design is a very good idea. We'll need to see if it works or not. And that's why we are testing them today. Actually, this is a weaker version of the design I originally built in this run, which was the one I called DDL+, and I may not have saved it. Okay, so maybe let's do it now, because we do have the modules. I just forgot to save the design. Okay, now this, yeah, no, the torpedo 3, no, we wouldn't research it. Yeah, I think that would be it. Yeah, maybe that's why I didn't save it, but let's save it this time. Yeah, so the DDL Plus simply is the same thing, but with the improved light guns to have more light attack. It's a bit more expensive and a bit more light attack per design. So to make something like this, I did research something, but nothing in here. Basic Destroyer is very cheap and usually available right away. So what I did research was these two technologies. This one is super cheap and this one is alright. So not a big investment in terms of researches. I also, to make it even with the other module, I also researched these two, but you wouldn't research these two if you were making the model that I showed you. You also wouldn't research these because you would be focusing entirely on the light guns. And that's it. No other researches required, no special facility, no special projects, nothing. Now, so this is one module. This is one design that we are going to test. Then we're going to test again the usual torpedo destroyer, not the plus. We're going to use the standard one, so this one. Nothing particularly new there. Then we're going to test the light cruiser, and that's the usual light cruiser, but I came up with an idea here. And so basically I decided to remove the armor entirely. Removing the armor has two main effects. The primary one is that it makes the production cost significantly lower, as you can see. So you can actually deploy more light cruisers. Now, the other big difference concerns the speed, the max speed. And that's not a small difference in terms of max speed. Now, you can see the effect of the difference in speed directly in the heat profile now. And that's the other reason why I thought that maybe armor is not worth it. And that's because if you look at the heat profile now, 5.8 from light, 2.4 from heavy. And this is 6.2, 2.5. So the light attack hit chance is actually much higher if you have armor. Significantly higher, let's say. And armor only goes to counter enemy piercing. Now, if you do counter the enemy piercing, it reduces the crit chance a lot. But I'm not entirely sure. We will actually let's do that. Let's tag the UK and see how much piercing they have on their fleet. Well, these guys don't have piercing. These guys wouldn't be able to pierce us with light guns, but they would with heavy guns. Now let's see the light cruisers. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to pierce us. And destroyers shouldn't be able to pierce us. So in terms of the enemy light cruisers, you certainly have an advantage, because light cruisers and destroyers would not pierce our light cruisers. However, I have the feeling that in the case of the UK, most of their damage does not come from the light cruisers. Either way, from my testing, it looked to perform quite well without the armor. And the benefit of having more designs rather than more heavily armored ones was beneficial. Then certainly I would remove the armor from the heavy one, because heavy attack is going to pierce this in any case. There is no way you get more armor than the heavy piercing. So again, the defense would be mostly against light cruisers and destroyers, but destroyers, the I-made destroyers don't have any light attacks, so that's irrelevant. And the I-made light cruisers are maybe the only difference. But again, I find armor to be maybe less useful than we originally thought. Either way, we're going to test this, and then we're going to test the usual light attack-oriented heavy cruiser. Something to consider, other than the fact that there is no armor, is that this design on its own does not work well. I tested it several times, and it doesn't work well. So we're going to pair it with something else. I'll talk about the reasoning a bit later. And then finally, the last thing that we're going to test is the improved light cruiser. Now, this is a significantly bigger investment in terms of techs, because we got the improved light guns, and especially we got the improved hull. The improved hull has a big problem, which affects our tests as well, and that is you cannot actually refit to a different hull. So you would need to upgrade and start producing these ones at some point. In terms of light attack per ship, 37.8 versus 28.3, the difference is big. But when you look at the light attack per production cost, 4,400 versus 5,100, then the difference is not as big anymore. This one is still a bit more efficient in terms of light attack per production cost, but not by much. And also, one last thing, the hit profile is very similar, 5.8, 2.4, 5.6, 2.3. So, again, we'll see from the results, but I'm not entirely sure this one is worth the effort. Okay, we can start. Now let's start with the DDL, and we start with the initial setup, which is submarines on convoy raiding, the light destroyers on patrol always engage, and the rest of the fleet, which is the starting fleet, on strike force, also always engage. In the last couple of my games, I ran those light cruisers paired with torpedo destroyers, and it usually wipes the carrier fleets with minimal destroyers lost. Yeah, it depends a bit on the numbers that you have. Now, when talking about pairing pairing cruisers and destroyers, I find it better, and we will see it later, ideally, to pair the heavy cruisers and the destroyers rather than light cruisers and destroyers. Even though what you say does make sense. Maybe we can test that too. We can add it to the testing. Light cruisers with light attack with torpedo destroyers paired together. We can check that out. Okay, so this is the light cruisers only. So in this case, we invested the entire budget entirely, exclusively on light attack destroyers. We need to record for this testing the losses that we take. That we win against the Royal Navy, there is no doubt, in principle. But we need to record the losses. So no losses here. That's a big fleet. 1 destroyer lost. I'll keep writing down the losses as we continue. Until the Royal Navy is fully wiped. 3 destroyers lost. By the way, now we have the dominance, kind of. No losses. These, by the way, are the patrol do not engage fleets that we do engage, though, on always engage sometimes. 2 destroyers lost.
To form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the
Where is it?
that this
Okay, that's another patrol fleet.
possible base
Another patrol fleet.
and that it should include
Another patrol fleet. Another destroyer lost.
who supported the late government and also the parties.
After ranting so much, now you will see how we fucking wipe the Royal Navy and those motherfuckers. Which is fun. I won't deny that it is fun, but it is fun as Germany. I don't think it would be fun when you're a minor and cannot afford to build a fleet.
The unity of the nation. The 3 party leaders have a
1 more destroyer lost.
cabinet or in high executive office.
Now, one thing I forgot to show you the doctrines as well. I should show you the doctrines. One more thing that I love about destroyers is that they are so cheap. You don't care about them. You don't need to repair them. If you want to repair them, it's still very fast to do so. But you can also lose them and just replace them. It's totally fine. Then we'll talk about another of the stupid things about the Navy, which is you will see by the end of this test, we wipe completely the Royal Navy. We don't get any perk. Not one single perk. Not one perk, which is crazy. Speaking of the doctrine priority, I changed it a bit from the past. So instead of going fleet in Bing, which I was doing mostly for the repair, which we don't care anymore about, I go trade interdiction, although in this case it doesn't matter much because we still go for patrol boats. And then we go selective engagement instead of night fighting. Even though night fighting seems better, the extra 5% visibility reduction is more important. Visibility is everything right now in the game, so anything that reduces it further is always worth it. And patrol boats are very good for destroyers because, again, you should completely ignore all of the perks since you are never getting them. And you get right away another 10% extra speed. That 10% extra speed is actually very good. Now, of course, when you go for torpedo destroyers, it's still better to go torpedo primacy, because eventually, at least the first perk you should get. So you will get 20% attack, which is awesome. But when you go light attack oriented torpedoes, then that's not needed. And going for patrol boats is, in my opinion, better for the extra speed right away. Now, if you look at these designs right now, they have quite insane speed and extremely low hit profile. Extremely low. Especially if you can give them a good admiral. And of course, destroyer leaders here is extremely important. The other extremely important one would be concealment expert, but we don't have it. Okay, now we can continue. Now you can see how submarines are slightly more viable than before, but eventually they still get entirely wiped. They just take a bit longer than in the patch, in the live patch. Are we already done? No, the UK should have at least one more big fleet. We'll tag them to see. I cannot see their fleet, but they should have one. They don't seem very interested in engaging us. But usually when Italy joins the war, that's about it, because then the UK starts going to the Mediterranean. But, well, let's tag them. Do they still have a fleet? Yeah, they do have a fleet here. What is it doing? It is here and it is on engage at medium risk. That's why they don't engage as they're scared. Then they have a bit of another fleet here. And then the rest is wiped. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can somehow manage to engage those fleets. But the thing is, our fleet is reinforcing here, so they will probably get more scared. Let's go for the channel too, maybe. See if we can get them in there. Oh, yes, we got them. Nice. So we lost one more destroyer. And now I don't think the UK has anything left though. Ah, yes, they had one more. We lost 3 more destroyers. Okay. 12. Oh, they are there. No. Where did that fight go? Oh, here. One more destroyer. Now I think we're done. Technically, this fleet could still fight if they added something to it, but I'd consider that as done. Otherwise, it's insanely long. It would give you an actual reason to research nukes other than orbit. Yeah, but the nukes are a bit too late. I mean, you cannot force people to play until 1944 every game. Okay, so this is the test number 1. This was a decisive win, and we lost 13 destroyers in total and nothing else. Wiped the Royal Navy by losing only, which is crazy, 13 destroyers. Can you imagine? We'll do the test a couple more times. There is always some RNG, so we need to check. Nothing. One destroyer. Nothing. 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 One destroyer.
And that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late government and also the parties of the opposition. I have completed the most important part of this
One destroyer.
A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members. Representing with the Liberal opposition, the unity of the nation.
We definitely have one bigger fleet. I saw it here. It looks like they maybe moved it here. We could also decide that when Italy declares war on Greece, we stop because... or maybe at the end of the year we stop. Because I would be happy to fight another fleet, but we also need to keep the testing length under control.
Indeed, I indicated as clearly as I could to the House that the worst possible, and I made it perfectly clear that whatever happened in France would make no difference to the result.
Yeah, after all, if they're fully scared of us... You see why people will clearly complain again that the Royal Navy is not engaging. Despite everything. Strong with the weak and weak with the strong. I don't know if you have that saying, but in Italy we do. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's worth going all the way to the end of the year. When Italy declares war, the UK has a fleet, which is this one, but they are not using it, so I guess it's fine. I don't know, they have another big one here. They don't engage us. Like in a situation like this, it's insane that they have 20%. I mean, I should have 100%. We are completely devastating anything in here. and the UK is not even engaging us. How come they are getting close to over 40% dominance? It's insane. Yeah, okay, that's it. Decisive win. Few engagements. Let's run the test number 3. The fuck is it?
We do not yet know what will happen in France, or whether the French resistance will be prolonged, both in France.
Then we have a couple more tests that will be more challenging, and especially one that I would expect them to lose.
Casting adrift statute trap. If they do not continue with that treaty obligation, from which we have
Nothing.
not felt able.
2 destroyers.
The House will have read the historic declaration in which it is
I missed this one. Nothing.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last,
1 destroyer.
received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis, and that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late government and also the parties of the opposition. I have completed the most important part of this task.
Now that's the dominance I should have.
This was a great
I think we may be done.
between the British and German air forces. Can you conceive?
Okay, let's stop it here. Again, decisive win. Again, though, few engagements.
Have not
Let's call it battles, which is a bit faster.
surprised. Indeed,
Okay, now, next test, still with the same design, but it's going to be a bit more interesting because this time we do it without using submarines. Now, the final outcome shouldn't change that much. The main difference is without submarines we will face a lot more navies from the Royal Navy a lot quicker. So the battles that we saw will happen in a shorter span of time. Okay, so let's go. The rest of the setup is exactly the same. Nothing.
our inflexible resolve.
4 destroyers lost.
Sink or swim. Better die than submit to tyranny, and such a tyranny.
2 destroyers lost.
Dissociate myself from them. But I can assure them
6.
that our professional advisors of the 3 services Mr. Speaker,
1 lost.
I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. The evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation.
Yeah, can we stop that shit? Let's let's do something about that. Yeah, but didn't it turn on by itself? How can I disable it? I want something cool. Do we have something cool? This is fun. Oh, finally good engagement. That's a big battle. 6 destroyers. 30. Another one. Oh, another one. Another 7 destroyer and a heavy cruiser. It's interesting because you can see how submarines can... oh, another one. Another destroyer. Okay. Oh, another one. Okay. You see how the submarines are actually not useless right now. Their destruction is helpful to reduce casualties and have the Royal Navy engage a bit less. Though I do think that by doing this you wipe their fleet a lot faster. So if you have a good fleet it's probably better. No! No, he's back! He's back! He's fucking unstoppable. How do I stop him? Stop. Stop. Fuck's sake. How do I... Ban. Ban everything. Shut the fuck up. Motherfucker. Oh, okay. No! Wait. No, lights. Yeah, it should be here, right? Not here. Hopefully. Well, let's try. Harder than testing, it's the fucking voice of Churchill in my ear. Okay, let's see the UK situation here. Yeah, it's not very good. They have some subs, they have some destroyers, but this was, I would say... No, he's back! He's back. No. No, there is no stopping him. The only thing I can do, I guess, is disable the DLC. Restart the game and disable the DLC. He doesn't care. Wait, what is the finest hour though? Where is it? It's not here. Where is it then? Why does he keep talking?
I have thought it right upon this occasion to give the House and the country some indication of the solid, practical grounds
Shut up.
we base our inflexible resolve to continue.
Where is the finest hour?
There are a good many people who say, never mind, win or lose, sink or swim, better die
Yeah, I cannot find it.
and
No, their finest hour. I disabled it. It doesn't matter. Churchill is unstoppable. He comes back. He's insane. If I disable it from here, he comes back again. Let's try again, but I don't think we can stop him. Okay. Either way. Yeah, I tried, but it comes back. So we lost 21 destroyers and one heavy cruiser. I would still say this is a decisive win, and also it was a full wipe of the Royal Navy, which is very cool. Now let's go back for the second test like this. We are not going to do 3, only 2, without subs. I want the background music. I tried to do some lives with my own music, from Spotify. It didn't end well. Copyright striked immediately. He wants to talk. The resolve. He will speak on the beaches. Okay, so second test with no subs. Let's see. Nothing. Okay, this will be a huge button. Fucking destroyed them. 2 destroyers lost. Where is it? Up there. Another 1 destroyer lost. It's him! It's him! It's him! It's disabled, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I cannot, the Sabaton tracks get you a copyright strike as well. Mr. Speaker. No, I need to restart the game and disable the DLC entirely. The pack, so whatever the fuck it is. I'll do it maybe after we finish this first series of tests. Wait, are we done already? No. I feel like they must have some fleets that we haven't fought yet. We didn't get into that many big battles this time. Where are they? Nothing. It's a fucking every 2 seconds. There's no way of stopping him. Really? Did we already wipe them out? No, they have a big fleet here, but they didn't want to engage. Okay. No, he's back again. Fucking piece of shit. Well, decisive win. Few battles for sure, though. Okay. Couple more tests. Funny because you skip him and then he starts talking again. Okay, this is the most challenging testing. So in this case, what we are going to do is we are not allowed to use the starting fleet. So we are assuming that we just built a fleet from zero, right? Which means we don't have this fleet. Now for this test in particular, I also think we need to switch to fast battleships because we don't have we don't have anything that goes with that. Fuck, they are in Danzig. I never considered that. Okay. Subs are still allowed though, so we'll see how these guys perform on their own. I would expect them to lose, but we'll see. Lost 2. There we go, Mr. Speaker. I think the Royal Navy fucked up a bit here. If they don't send a death stack, they don't win. Submarines are certainly helping. Mr. Speaker, I feel like this is a Mr. Speaker kind of situation. By the way, all of these and 38, yeah, we go. It's either Churchill or nothing, or nobody speaks. Okay, unexpected, but unexpected. So another decisive win with a few battles, though. And by the way, all of this time, I just noticed. I don't think so. Then Strike Force? No, I think that the mastery is simply generated by naval battles, not so much by what kind of mission they were assigned to. Because you can see that the subs were on convoy raiding, they still didn't get any mastery. So this was wrong the whole time. It shouldn't affect it much, but... Okay, now let's do again fast battleships and no strike force. And let's try again. One. Four. Total. Mr. Speaker, 1, 5. We're almost done. After this test, I will disable the motherfucker. Another one. 6.
And the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis, and that it should include all parties, both those who supported the late government and also the parties of the opposition. I have completed the most important part of this task. A war cabinet has been formed of 5 ministers.
Oh, he suddenly decided to shut up in the middle of the speech. Why? He got tired himself. No, he's back, he's back. He's getting completely broken now. So Paradox, maybe you should focus your attention on fixing Churchill rather than the Royal Navy. A tricky one because once again no engagements. So let's do let's do one more entirely alone as well. Maybe.
Would make no difference to the resolve of Britain and the British Empire to fight on, if necessary for years, if necessary. I have thought it right upon this occasion to give the House and the country some indication of the solid practical grounds upon which we base our
So let's go entirely alone. No subs, no strike force. Funny thing is, if he's talking and you reload, he keeps talking. If you shut him up and you reload, he starts talking again. He's crazy. He's OP. Now let's see. With nothing but these things, they should be engaged by the entire Royal Navy now. And lose, ideally. No, they don't lose anything. Lost one. Four. There we go, there we go. He's coming, he's coming. 2.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last.
Oh, crash the whole game. Let's go. Finally, we can get rid of him. He crashed the game. Where is it? Where's the fucking DLC? Where is it? Music. Allied speeches pack. How do I disable it though? No, not browse DLC. I don't want to buy even more of this shit. Let me disable them. Cannot disable them. Wait, seriously, how do you disable DLC? At least we won against him. How do I disable the freaking DLC? Own content. No, I think he was getting bugged because... Dude, how do you disable the DLCs in this game? It used to be straight for... Ah, maybe in the open beta you cannot? No, but... maybe in the open beta you cannot. That would be a possibility, huh? I think in the open beta you cannot disable DLCs. Yeah. Yeah. Never mind. We have to stick with him for the entire testing session. There is no removing Churchill. Right, so we have to run the last, or was it the first alone test that we were running? I think it was the first alone test. The first alone test again. Let's see, reloading can be useful, sometimes the Navy gets bugged as well. Yeah, I think this is one of the cases, like now suddenly we're struggling a lot more. Lost 4. It's 3. Lost 1.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening.
Well, the problem here is that no, we're starting to be kind of heavily damaged. Oh well, this is an impressive result overall. Another one lost. If they can win all of these tests, and it's very good for this design. Kind of. No, I think it's the timing on a certain date. It starts, I think, and then later on another date he starts another one. And unfortunately, these are the dates for that. Preemptive strike, motherfucker. You see, I can clearly see people still complaining despite... by the way, devastated... Shut up, dude. Devastated the Royal Navy, 38% dominance. Devastated the Royal Navy, 38% dominance. Just saying. And that's because they have a fleet here which is on patrol, but on engage at... it's on engage at medium risk. It's on engage at medium risk, but they don't engage us, okay? So, but they managed to keep the dominance. What if we do something like this? Okay, we had to trigger it by splitting them, but it still worked. We lost another 2. It's a decisive win. Okay, second test. And then we move on to the same exact thing, but with torpedo destroyers. Ship captains, I don't think so. That's another of the bloat useless features that they will add to the game. But we'll see. Let's not forget this thing. Let's go. Ooh, potentially a loss. No. 5 destroyers lost. Nine destroyers lost. That's the most we have lost so far in a battle. Mr. Speaker. Another 8. So this is proving to be very painful for us. Certainly very painful for them too, but maybe we have a loss. 35, but most likely this ends up in a full wipe eventually. Oh, we lost 38. 40, 60 we lost in total. If they have one more fleet... Okay, we still managed to win it. 62 destroyers lost, but we still won it. They did have one more fleet. I think this fleet would have won against us, honestly, but they didn't use it. So. They also have another one. Yeah, this one would have definitely won. I don't know why they are not using it, but... almost twice as many, but without sacrificing anything. So that's a very... This build for Germany is super cool. I need to make a guide about it. It's already available to members, but yeah, I need to record it and I haven't done it yet. But yeah, a lot. 100,000 IC budget for the Navy. 105,000, but 5,000 goes into the torpedo destroyers. So I'd call this a win, not a decisive win, because we lost 62 destroyers, which is a significant amount. Though surprisingly, and that's impressive, we won everything. We won every single test. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Now let's move on to the torpedo destroyers and see the direct comparison with torpedo destroyers. Torpedo destroyers, we have a few more. And they also in the wrong place. Okay, let's change that. Let me make sure that this stuff is correct. So yeah, now we go torpedo primacy, and they should also have a different guy. No, not this guy. This guy. Yeah, okay. So we don't have cruiser captain, but we have loading drill master and we have lancer. We should be able to get torpedo expert, but we'll probably not pick it. Everything else seems correct. It's not a loss if you take the UK and Navy. The thing is, the Navy that doesn't exist much anymore. But yeah, no, for sure. Okay, so first test with everything involved with the torpedo destroyers. In theory, they should be a bit slower initially at dealing damage, but then they are very, very effective, these guys. Piece of shit. One. We build them so quickly. We are reinforcing them faster than the UK destroys them. One.
This was a great trial of strength between the British.
Done. Okay.
It is not just a military event.
Okay. This is a not with a few engagements because they still have a fleet that is kind of entirely available.
As clearly as I could to the House that the worst possibilities were open, and I made it
But insanely good results with only 2 destroyers lost.
would make no difference to the resolve of Britain and the British Empire to fight on.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, big battle. State. One.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker.
I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived on the broadest possible basis.
He stops, he gets bugged,
This is a great trial
and then he talks again.
of forces. Can you
Okay, that's another one. I have the feeling that once again we didn't engage them entirely. Once again, one of the fleets was not engaged.
last fortnight have not come to me with any sense of surprise. Indeed, I indicated
But we lost only 1 destroyer, which is crazy if you think about it.
that the worst possibilities were open, and I made it perfectly clear that whatever happened in France would make no difference to the resolve
Okay, guys, we need to do something about this.
to fight if necessary for years, if necessary.
Because I'm genuinely going crazy, so let's put some playlist royalty free music. What style? Chill wave music. Yes, chill wave, that's what I need. Totally not appropriate for the content we're making. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Fuck you, Churchill. Is it too... Yeah, maybe the volume is a bit too high though. Now don't... hopefully I don't get a copyright strike at least. Okay, third test. One destroyer lost. Yeah, it's insane. This devastation of the Royal Navy is insane. Of course they will nerf the destroyers next because they are too good. And keep nerfing everything until you cannot play anymore. Yeah, I agree. Next on the list, destroyers and SPGs. Let's get ready for that. Okay, once again, one of their fleets did not engage us at all. Okay. Guys, though, in 3 tests, we almost completely wiped the Royal Navy and we lost a total of 3 destroyers. In total. Which is crazy. Now let's see if no subs makes it a bit more engaging. It should, in theory. Yeah, it should. It usually leads to bigger battles like this one. Fucking destroyed them. Fuck you. And fuck you. And you. You. 1. We'll get to the conclusions a little bit later. No, but subs are a distraction. They are back to being kind of a distraction, but much less useful than before because they die faster and especially the AI ignores them partially. But a submarine build like the one I did in my historical run for Germany would still work. So no, subs are not ruined. Destroyers are good. They also, the torpedo destroyers have been nerfed, by the way. This is the nerfed version of the torpedo destroyers. We did build a lot of them though. That's one of the key points. Done. Let's see if they have a fleet. No, this time we wiped them completely. They only had they only have these left. Almost completely wiped. We lost 1 destroyer. That's crazy. Yeah, all of the early subs are pretty trash. With Snorkel are okay, but if you make a build for that, you should really get the anechoic tiles and the cruiser subs. Okay, again, no subs. Like, if you had the choice, the chance to build a navy like this, oh, this was a painful one, with any country, then it would be fun to play with the navy. Sadly, you don't. 10 destroyers and 1 battleship lost. Okay. Now, if this were up against a human, would a couple of good players make light attack? Yes. Not a couple, but yeah. Against players, you would have issues, yeah, mostly with light cruisers, but also a bit with naval bombers. Almost fully wiped. Yeah, I will consider this a full decisive. Actually, maybe not a decisive win because we lost 10 destroyers. But yeah, no, it is a decisive win. Fuck it. 10 destroyers is nothing, honestly. So now the more challenging test, which would be alone with submarines. Oh, guys, let's do something. Let's skip the alone. No. Never mind. Yeah, let's skip it. Okay, we need to change also this thing. Let's go. Okay. We lost 3. I think we did not fight one of their strike fleets. Yeah, this one didn't engage us at all. Are you sure? In multiplayer? Actually, I think even in multiplayer, though, they are one of the meta designs right now, honestly. I think the light attack oriented ones, because, yeah, they can be shredded by light attack light cruisers, but they can also shred light attack light cruisers if you have enough. Not the torpedo ones, so I think the light attack ones a bit more. One more without the strike fleet, and then 2 more without anything. Wait. Where are they? 4. 5, 6. 7, 8. 9. Without engaging with very few battles, so. Okay. No subs. Wow. 15. 26. We don't have the dominance. I have no words. You know what's fun? That people complain that the AI navies don't engage you. Now they don't engage you, but you also don't get dominance. Oh my god. These guys didn't fully engage us. Last test. I love when things just get worse and worse as I'm... Yeah, it's the feeling I've had with the game over the past year. Like every update makes things overall a little bit worse than they were before. And now there is the new division designer coming. 5. Nine. Now we still have some designs to test, important ones too. Difficult to tell at the moment who did better between the torpedo light attack destroyers and torpedo destroyers. They perform pretty similarly overall. I'm taking a look. Well, maybe the torpedo destroyers overall performed a bit better. A bit less casualties across the board for the torpedo destroyers, but fairly similar results. Okay, light cruisers time. Light cruisers time. So light cruisers, of course, we have a lot less. We're going for the no armor design. Some of them are not fully trained, but the rest is all the same. Testing is correctly set up, I believe, so we can save it and start it. Okay, let's go. The amount of soft attack we have is significantly higher. One destroyer. These guys will struggle when they fight on their own, though there is no doubt about that. Ouch. One light cruiser and one heavy cruiser. Heavy cruiser is a bit painful because it was the pride of the fleet. It's okay. And because we have a smaller fleet, the eye is also more willing to engage us. That might be a factor. We also get more dominance, it seems, maybe. One light cruiser. Okay. I'm curious to see one thing, if the UK actually engaged us more. Yeah, they did engage us more because they have nothing left. Like, they completely lost the strike forces. So we lost a bit more, but with a lot of engagements. Not sure if that's a good thing or not, but... Okay, boys, I decided to reduce to 2 the tests that we do with each scenario. So we'll do only 2 tests like this. Then we move on to the... onto the no subs. What are you guys talking about? Hopefully about the division designer. It depends on whatever they call their this isn't support battalion. It's attached up here, not, but it's just being bigger. Would be now. I don't know. I feel I'm scared of the bloat in it, but let's see. Ship battleship meta. In the very end, we can get a fully armored carrier with the best secondary guns. But for a carrier, you would not go for armor and guns. You would go only for deck size. The rest is not particularly useful on carriers. Because they don't actually fight in the battles. They only carry the planes to the battles. That's a massive battle right there. Like, huge. Like, this was massive. One heavy, one DD. One car, one DD. I think there is more. Yeah. 2 DD. And then 1, so 3 DD, 1 CL. Painful battle, but the outcome is actually pretty good. The problem is this fleet is heavily, no, not heavily, but a bit damaged. Another light cruiser. Okay. Yeah, once again, it's many battles. They have none of the... These are only destroyers, so it's a full wipe. Quite devastating. Okay. First two tests are very, very good for light cruisers. Now we get into the trickier part though. Let's see. First of all, without subs, and then the most difficult will be without subs and without strike force. No, actually, wait, what was the first one? Without subs? Yeah, no subs. Okay, let's go. No subs will simply mean bigger battles at the beginning. Two destroyers. 3 destroyers, 1 heavy. One destroyer, let me add it. 4, and let me reply. Send planes out of naval. Yes, when I use planes, which in this case we are on purpose not using. When I use naval bombers, I usually set some of them on naval patrol. Not naval spotting, but naval patrol, yeah. I am losing it. Yeah, but now soon Greece should take care. I don't even know if the UK has anything left, honestly, at this point. No, the good thing here, guys, is that it seems like the no armor light cruisers are very good. So far, I wouldn't say that having some armor on them would have helped. And again, that's a very good win with many battles. Should change maybe the description. It's not really many battles, but yeah. Well, okay. I guess you get the meaning. The point is not really how many battles, but how much you wipe the Royal Navy with it. And with these fleets, we are wiping the Royal Navy more than with the destroyer fleets. Then again, it's not necessarily something that you need to do, but okay. No subs test number 2. Ooh. That was huge. Why did this guy do nothing? This may be bad. We probably took a lot of damage there. One destroyer, another light cruiser. Another light cruiser. Painful losses here. Another light cruiser. Yeah, the first battle crippled us. By the way, the idea of going light cruiser torpedo destroyer is something I want to test, so we'll do it later. So we'll add one more test. So this time maybe a bit less now, but overall still many battles. This one is I don't know why this has an icon of submarines. There is absolutely no submarine in it, but okay. Either way, this is what's left of their fleet, which is something, but not much. No, today we finished the testing. I want to finish the testing, so we keep going. We keep going now. This one is the alone. Okay, let me do something here, maybe. No. Okay. Alone, but with submarines. So the meaning is no strike force. Let's see. Also, no strike force. We need to switch to fast battleships. Now, this is one that I would expect to lose, honestly. We'll see, but we already see the struggle. Yeah, it's going to be a wipe. Wipe, boys! First wipe of the day. First wipe of the day. I know, man, but Churchill was killing me, so we had to do something about it. We have a wipe. So this was a wipe. Okay. Let's go again. Yeah, so we are starting to see a pattern here. I think the number of ships, once again, has a big issue. Like, it's a big issue. If you don't have enough ships, you lose. Even if they're very good. Like, these light cruisers are very good, and they performed very well when they had the support of this other fleet. But without the support of that fleet, they start to struggle massively. Well, let's see, maybe we're just unlucky in that one big engagement earlier. Seems like they are doing better now. Must also be said that the first battle is usually the hardest. Then they get... but look. We're starting to struggle again. Lost 8 of them. Another 1 or 2 engagements and it's a wipe again, I think. They don't engage us though. Okay, we survived. They had the fleet, but they were not using it. Okay, interesting. I'd call this a painful win, even though we won. Now we have 2 more tests that will be challenging for them, though, because we have the tests with no submarines and no strike fleet. So, certainly difficult ones. Let's see. Only 26 ships against the entire Royal Navy. Wow, that was an incredible win. 1, 3. Six. looks like they survive. Yeah. We did destroy them significantly. These are really subs. These are not really subs. So they still have all of the carriers, even here. I don't know. It's another painful win. Okay, last test. Impressive how they dealt with the entire Royal Navy here, basically. Almost won. Now, I want to, yeah, what they should do is make the fucking positioning penalty really relevant. When a huge fleet engages as a very small one, the positioning penalty should make it devastating for them. And while it looks like it does have a big impact, it's nowhere nearly big enough. If they change this enough, maybe smaller countries can have a chance. Oh, sudden wipe. Sudden wipe. Whenever we fight here, we get wiped for some reason. Wipe. Yeah, always here we get wiped. Okay. Well, I mean, there is a pattern here because it's the first time that we encounter wipes of all of the tests that we ran so far. I just want to check one thing very quickly because it can get bugged. It is. That's the problem. It is. Let's see just if the game is still fine, because sometimes you suddenly start losing battles for no reason. So let's try again the light ones in the same with the same setup and see if anything got bugged or it's true that the light cruisers struggle more. It's a problem with the light cruisers, which is most likely related to the number of ships that you put out. Again, the number of ships seems to be king in naval battles right now. And even if they are destroyers, the number of ships still matters. Better to have 80 destroyers than 20 light cruisers. This seems to be the core point of this testing. We still need to test a few more things, but this seems to be one of the patterns. Although the Strike Force fleet really helps. So yeah, so now it's time to test a couple of interesting ones. I think we'll skip the improved light cruiser because I'm not particularly... Let me just do one quick test, but I'm not particularly interested in this design. The only test I want to do maybe with them is the one with nothing else, just them. It's only 19 and significantly better. Now let's see if my theory that having more ships is always better is confirmed here. Yeah, very much so. You can see it right away. Full wipe immediately. Okay. So now let's go on to check D. Let's start with this one first. So this is a bit trickier to build this kind of fleet because the idea in this case is that we have some heavy cruisers and then the rest on either torpedo destroyers or light attack oriented torpedo destroyers. In this case, the light attack oriented destroyers. And the idea is more or less to have 4 of these destroyers for each heavy cruiser. In this case, it's a bit more than 4, but you also lose them faster. So yeah, that's the idea. Now, what I really like about this build is that you will see it later. For now, it's not that big of a difference because we have the strike force. But when we use only the ships that we produced, so only these two, you have a more balanced approach. So you have a good front line of destroyers, but you still preserve a strike force that comes in later and helps. And also, by using heavy cruisers, they are a bit more protected, and especially they can be pride of the fleet, which is not irrelevant because one of them will be significantly better, and also we can keep line of battle, which is the best doctrine here. It's an extra 10% attack to all of them. So I really like the idea of this build. So let's set aside the improved cruisers and let's go directly for the DDL plus CA. Test number 1, let's go. Can also see how we get to dominance, maybe a bit faster, maybe not actually. Yama, yes. Now, in my mind, this is the strongest of the builds that we have tested today, but in my mind only, so that's the problem. We need to see if in practice it is also the case. You do need more traits on the Admiral to get full benefits from this one. And also, obviously, the theory here... 5 destroyers lost. That's quite a lot. The theory is that the light attack destroyers and also light attack oriented cruisers, heavy cruisers, because these ones are also kind of light attack oriented, destroy the screens quickly, and then you have some heavy attack and you have some torpedo damage, not this one, and you have some torpedo damage to quickly destroy the backline. So it makes sense, it makes a lot of sense. What do you think? Is Navy an important part of professional gaming? No. 5, the answer is no. You get the reinforcements a lot later, which is something that must be considered. Like, even with light cruisers, we kept getting new ones. Here we are not going to get new ones until October, which is actually after the test is over. 2 destroyers. So 7. What happened to my music? One last button. 4 destroyers, okay. That would be 11 destroyers lost. Let's see the damage to the Royal Navy. Significant damage. But they still have this fleet pretty much alive, so not that many battles in the end, okay. 1. Oh yeah, we have the positioning penalty. Well, we have the bigger fleet. So far we only lost 1 destroyer, boys. This will be a bit more. 4 destroyers. That's it. So 4 destroyers, but not many battles, it looks like. Okay. How long have you been playing this game? In terms of when I started, maybe 3 years and a half, maybe 4 years, something like that. Too long. Way too long. Yeah, our testing setup is pretty decent right now. So we ran the 2 tests already with everything. Now 2 tests with no subs. Ooh. Yeah, but why are they not going? What the fuck? What? What? Why? No, we need to run this one again. I don't know what happened. Why would the strike force not intervene if they are always engaged? I don't see any potential reason for that not happening. Probably bugged. 2 destroyers. 5 destroyers. 8 destroyers. 10 destroyers, 11. Eleven destroyers. This one is still alive. But that's the only thing. So this time, decent amount of battles, I would say, yeah. Alright, second test. What starting major country has a focus tree that still needs to be reworked? Well, arguably the US and France maybe. Need the UK too, but the UK is broken. It needs a rework mostly because it's old, but it is broken. Now, again we got that weird bug. Look at these guys, why? Why do you think this is happening? Why are these guys not engaging? Any reason? And it cannot be that we didn't detect them because we engaged them. So I don't understand why these people would not join them. And this is a bit of a problem with this strategy because that's annoying. I mean, it's a bug, but I don't understand it. I don't understand how to counter it. No, we have a problem that I struggle to understand here. What? Sorry if I miss it, I'm at work. Have you done a light cruiser and destroyer only fleet? Not yet. That's one of the... because I don't have the setup for that one. But it's one of the things I want to test. Let's slow down a bit. I want to understand what happens here. So our fleet goes out there. They engage, and the other fleets join as they should. But no, they went back. What? No, guys. No. What is happening? You need to go there. What the fuck? What? What am I missing here? Help me out, boys. What is it? So we are on strike force. Never repair, always engage. There is a fleet that we have detected. Cannot be not detected because we are attacking it. So why on earth would these people not engage there? Looks like for some reason they cannot join this battle, but I don't understand the reason. Any idea? Also, it's the first time that this happens. But now it seems to be happening consistently, so it's either a bug that is now in the game, or I don't understand. And now it didn't happen. Now it looks like it's happening with larger fleets. It's like they are scared, but on always engaged they should never be scared. We even won in the place where we always lose. 3 destroyers. 4. 5. Seven destroyers. Let's see if we destroyed the UK enough. Yeah, I would say so. They still have something, but the main fleets are mostly destroyed. They only have this one left. Good. Maybe a damaged ship makes your fleet too slow, but no, because these guys they are all at full health and they never repair. No, I don't know. Okay, so now we need to test alone plus submarines, meaning we don't use the main strike force, we only use the ones that we built. Oh, yeah. And we do it again. Combat with doesn't exist for the Navy. Positioning, yes, but they shouldn't really care. Also, in that case, positioning is clearly in our advantage because the whole death stack of the UK engaged our destroyers. No, I don't see it. It's something to do with spotting usually. Like when you cannot join a battle, it happens sometimes with submarines. It's usually because you haven't spotted the enemy fleet. But in this case, it doesn't make sense because we attacked the enemy fleet. How can we not have spotted it if we attack them? And once there is a naval battle with surface vessels, also it doesn't make sense that it's not spotted in general. Okay, we need to rerun this last test. Seven. Eight. There we go. Ma okay, this one is a bit too much alive, but okay. Second no strike force test, then we get to the hardest test, the one that, remind you, the light cruisers failed. Six, seven. Well. Um, 19. 22 plus 1 CA. And there we go. And they still have these available. Okay, painful win. Okay, time for the real challenge then. No subs, no strike force. Nice win. 6 losses. Seven. Ten. 13. 13. UK. Yeah, they still have a good fleet here. Very good fleet, actually. 8 carriers. That's about it, though. We'll talk about the conclusions in a bit here. So far they're all performing well, so it's kind of difficult to tell. Let's see if anybody else gets a wipe. So far only the light cruiser 7. That's a lot. It's another painful one. 14 already. $16. 17. Okay. 19 and 2. That's very painful. $20. Oh, 22. That's it, 24. Destroyers and 2 heavy cruisers. That's a very painful win. Let's see the UK status too. And they still have this good fleet here. Same as before. Repairing it most likely. Okay. What's up, man? So it's a painful win. Okay, interesting. We'll need to consider some of these results, but we have one last test to do, which is well, before the one that we haven't planned actually. So 2 more tests. The first one is the same thing, but with the torpedo destroyers, not the light attack destroyers. Do you ever train planes on carriers? Do you upgrade them? Train, yes. Upgrade, no. Usually not. everything is right. Let's test the setup with torpedo destroyers here. Right. Three. This one is fully alive though. All right, man. No worries. You can also use Google Translate, I think, on the chat here. Three. That's it, 3. Same as before, basically. Exactly the same thing. Actually, exactly the same thing. Yeah, let's go, no subs. Two, 3, 4, 8. Okay, 10 and 1 heavy. But not a good heavy, actually. It was 1 heavy from the shitty ones. This was a I mean, they still have these two fleets here that are decently good, but a bit more battles than before, because both have been damaged significantly. Indonesian language add-on, but I still don't understand. Which part don't you understand? Like, is there auto dub? I don't know how it works, but probably not on live streams. Maybe you can use subtitles. Or you just type something on Google Translate and copy, if that's the idea. If the idea is to use the chat. Egot. Yeah, check the fucking results. Wait. 9. 13. 15. 16. Very good. 16 destroyers is very good. Let's go. How is the UK? Oh, heavily damaged this time. Very heavily damaged. Nice. No regional strike force. It looks like we had some heavy losses somewhere. Maybe here? No? Here? No? Here? No? We didn't have heavy losses at all. We disintegrated them, in fact. 1. 2. 3. We lost 3 destroyers. That's very good. I think that's it. That's it. 3 destroyers is crazy good. Royal Navy, did we damage them enough? Not one of the main fleets though. Okay. Sea Lion, ma the setup more like. Sea Lion itself, we don't particularly need it. Done. 6. With their main fleet not engaged. Okay. Last 2 tests. Almost done. Now, see, that's one of the ideas why I thought about this build actually as well. So not only destroyers, but a mix of heavy cruisers and destroyers. Because, yeah, you're right. At some point, if you just spam destroyers, you get huge fleets of destroyers, which may be too much. Probably not, though. You split them in several groups and they still destroy everything. B. 4. 5. Then 10 is fantastic. 10 and yeah, overall not that damaged, but yeah, damaged. So yeah. Okay, last test. Almost done. Thank God. Oh man, I'm dead right now actually also. One. Six. 10. 11. 12. 16. Okay, that's a bit more painful. 17. 18. 19. 'We may be done. Yeah. 19. How is the Royal Navy? Very much damaged this time. They only have this left, basically. I got new knowledge from you, repeating from saved data. That's good, man. That's one of the best way to learn. And initially, you need to repeat stuff a lot. Load, try again, try again, try again. Then Paradox fucks up everything by making a new patch and nerfing everything you were using. But that's another story. Okay, guys, let me take a look here at the various results. Let's try to highlight. Okay, fuck it. I will share it with you. It's not fully done yet anyway. So let's consider them together. Take a look at the various things here. Now, test 1 and 2, which are the ones in which we use the entire fleet, I'd say they're more or less even. Although the light... okay, let's do a first comparison between the torpedo destroyers and the light attack-oriented destroyers to see which ones are better. So this one is in favor of them, though with few battles. 3. This one didn't have few battles, so more or less even, I would say. Let's see this one here. A decisive win with 1 and a decisive win with 10. How about here? Decisive win with 21 and decisive win with few battles with 3. So definitely in favor of torpedo destroyers. The alone ones, not many battles, similar results overall. The alone 26 but with few battles and 9 with few battles. Here we had 12 and 62 losses. Overall, I'd say that right now it seems like the DDT is better than the DDL. But let's also see the comparison between the last 2 tests, which are also useful, so when paired with heavy cruisers. So test 1 and 2, both decisive, both with few battles, lost 11 and 4, 3 and 3, so definitely in favor of the torpedo destroyers once again. Then with no submarines, we had 2 decisive wins for both sides, similar results, slightly in favor of the light attack oriented ones. Let's see the alone but with submarines. Decisive win, painful win, both decisive wins but with few battles, so not very useful to consider. Then the last 2, decisive win and painful win, 13-24. I guess this could be, yeah, it's similar, but it overall seems to be slightly in favor of the torpedo destroyers. So let's say that torpedo destroyers so far win the comparison with light attack oriented destroyers. Torpedo destroyers seem to be a bit better. Now let's take a look at the various builds at this point. So assuming that we go torpedo destroyers, is it better to go full torpedo destroyers or full light attack oriented light cruisers? Let's compare the 2. Now these casualties are a bit higher. We do get many battles with all of them though. So higher casualties but more battles. Then we also get, however, a decisive loss with wipe here. And we also get a loss with wipe here. While with the torpedo destroyers we get no wipes at all. Which means these light attack oriented light cruisers are performing less effectively right now than the destroyers in general. I will completely remove the improved light attack oriented light cruiser because I don't particularly care right now. So the final comparison to do here is between, then if we want to add one more build, we can also try a light attack. So the same thing that we did here basically, but instead of using the heavy cruisers, we use the light attack oriented light cruisers, which means we get more light attack. We most likely get more ships because light cruisers are cheaper, but we don't get Pride of the Fleet. And we don't get to use the doctrine Pride of the Fleet. And also the light cruisers are more vulnerable because they are in the first row, while heavy cruisers are in the second row. Well, the good thing here is, of course, Paradox will nerf destroyers entirely, not only the torpedo ones. But if they nerf the torpedo ones only, then we can play at least with the light attack-oriented ones. But I'm pretty sure they will nerf all torpedoes. By the way, Paradox, if you're watching, this is a very expensive build for Germany, so please don't disintegrate destroyers just because they won. Because this is a huge investment. This is over 100,000 IC investment in the Navy, so they should win. Please. If anything, buff the other stuff that is not here. Why do you always have to nerf stuff? Okay, that's it. Let's take a look at the comparison between the plain torpedo destroyer build match or the torpedo destroyer plus heavy cruisers. And then we'll add or should we? Nah, okay, let's do it. We are going to do it. I'm going to add one more. We run the tests, and then we draw the final conclusions, which will be, we need to do the math again. So we need to do some work here, actually. So I need a calculator. Wait a second. Back to the game. I would still say that we want about four torpedo destroyers for each light cruiser, in principle. The thing is, we go not CA but CL. CL is 4416. So 4 multiplied. Where's my music, by the way? 4 multiplied 1253 means 5012 plus 4416. 9428 per group. Now let's see how many groups we can afford. We can make 10.6 groups. Yeah, let's round it up to 11. Bit generous, but let's round it up to 11. Guess you could make a few less submarines. Okay. And we need to make it. Let me also check one thing that I didn't check. I'm pretty sure I picked the right doctrine here, but let me check just in case. Yeah, okay, it was the right doctrine. It's very sad though that we cannot use line of battle, because I really like line of battle. Fast battleships is okay, but line of battle is better in my opinion. That's it. Let's go and get the job done. So, designs. What we need is exactly only this stuff here. How many did I say we can make? 11. Okay, so we want 11 plus 2. That should be the right amount. Now we need 11. Well, it's not a very difficult math, but we need 44. Yeah, 44, which we cannot make. So we're going to make 22 instead. 22. So 35. Okay, all the way to 35 with these ones. I also need to make sure these ones are on 1. We should be good to go. Perfect. Now, the next thing is so basically we want 4 of these for each one of these, and this one is about 4 times the price. Well, let's see. So if we do something like this, we should get... correct me if I'm wrong. Shouldn't we get... if we assign the same amount of factories, we should get about 4 of them for each one of these. I think. I think something like this would be acceptable. And it's also easy. Then this one goes to the 11. And this one go to the 44. Let's take a look at other stuff, including the doctrine. Let's just go fast battleships from the beginning. Then let's think about the leader here. Yeah, the problem is now we need both destroyer leader and cruiser captain, but we also need ideally lancer and loading drill master, which I don't think it's possible. Maybe though we can get where is the other dude? Oh, I mean we can make an exception and give him both. I think we can do that, but let me assign the other guy because the other guy has yeah, okay, I'll give him cruiser captain and we'll be fine. It's reasonable to think that you would have an admiral like that, at least with Germany. Fast at clicking. It takes a lot of time. Okay. Now these guys are in the right place. These guys are in the right place in Danzig. We want them to be trained. Them too. And I'll make a save just in case if we fuck up from now on, but it should all be correct. Now we just need them to be fully trained. And already broken. Fucking hell, stop getting broken. You fucking kidding? That completely broken. What happened? What the fuck? Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Why so many issues? That's a lot of lost training here, but we need to go. Okay. These guys are almost trained. The one got damaged here too. Okay, setup done. In the end, we are basically on time. Let's start the testing. That's a disaster. No, this doesn't make sense. I think it's a bit buggy. Let's give it a reload. No, the Navy does get buggy if you reload or continue to run a bit sometimes. Okay, looks like it's back to normal now. Ah, I forgot the submarines though. Okay, that explains some stuff. Okay, now we're talking. Let's go. One. Three. Probably going to end at 3 with non-many battles. There we go. Yeah, they still have 1 full fleet, so not many battles. 3, okay. Which, funnily enough, is exactly the same result as with the heavy cruisers. So that's number 2. Cool. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure about that, man. They don't. Nobody does, because this is insane what I'm doing. 3. It's another same result, I think. Yeah. So it's a 3, but not engaging the main fleet. Okay, fine. Not exactly the same thing. Again, it's exactly the same thing as with the heavy cruisers so far. I guess we'll get to the point when we use them without subs and without the other strike force fleet. That's where we see the bigger differences. So now no submarines, which already should have an impact. So let's see. Well, certainly the amount of soft attack and especially torpedo damage we have is quite crazy. Four. 6. 7. 8. 9. Nine. 9, but with more engagements for sure. So far it's very interesting because we're getting exactly the same results as with the... then I'll show you the document again, but exactly the same results as with the heavy ones. Second battle was big. 3, okay. Eight. 11. 12. Probably going to be 12. 12. Their fleet is very much damaged. Okay. Again, in line with the other version, with the heavy cruiser version. We'll briefly talk about the advantages of each later because they seem to be performing similarly. Though now we have the test without the strike force, which could be interesting. Let's see how that goes. This one is relevant because it's the first one where we don't have the line of the Pride of the Fleet. So 2, 3, 5. Done. 6, but probably no big engagements. Yeah, 6 no engagements. Again, exactly the same as when we went with heavy cruisers last with these, and 2 more, then we're done. Big battles up there. 1, 2. It's insane that we only lost 2 destroyers. 7. Done. 7. With a bit more of an engagement. Where is this one engaging at there? But overall, not many battles. Okay, the last two important tests. Alone, so... England has been on. Never feel bad for England. They deserve all of it. Okay, no subs, no strike force. Let's go. One. Two. 6. 8. 9. 13. Okay, 13. And yeah, these are pretty good battles, so we'll consider it decisive win. Have you been testing the same area for 3 hours? Yes, the point is testing the design, so of course you need to test them in the same area. If you test them in different areas, I mean, you need to do 3-hour sessions in every area, because you need to test in the same conditions, otherwise the test is not worth much. Last test though, then we can draw the conclusion, the final conclusions of the testing session. Must say, so far I am quite positively impressed by this build, which makes sense, of course. It's a good build. You can tell it's a good build. So, might be challenging. Not really. 3. 7. 8. Ooh, painful. So that would be 14 plus 2. Okay, let's write them down. Probably done though. Done. Yeah, almost a full wipe this time. No, not really. Always the same. These 2 fleets go to repair, then you don't see them for a while, but they would probably be wiped because they don't have screens right now. Which means we're finally done. Unbelievable. Okay. Okay, so let's compare these final two. And I want to talk a bit about the difference between these last two here. In any case, so test 1 and test 2 are basically the same. Actually, exactly the same result. Exactly the same. Then 3 and 4 done with no submarines. Here we have 10, 16, 9, 12. So slightly less losses for the light cruisers, but overall very, very similar. The alone with submarines, few battles in both cases, similar results in both cases, this time a bit more in favor of the heavy cruisers, but again, very, very similar. Then the alone tests, 10 losses, 19 losses in terms of destroyers, we never lost anything else. Here we have 13 and 14, but with also 2 light cruisers lost. So slightly in favor, I would say, of the heavy cruisers, but overall very similar, like very, very similar. And apparently maybe a bit more reliable than the torpedo destroyers that didn't get that many losses, but they didn't get many battles. They got less battles, and in this case they did lose 26 destroyers. So in terms of IC lost, we probably lost the least in this case here. This was the least lost IC in total, only 13 destroyers. Well, no, actually, this one is lower. This one is lower, although the heavy cruisers are more expensive to make, so there is that to consider. Okay, let's... now maybe I can write down the conclusions by myself later, so we give this document a sense for members only, since it's supposed to be a members only document. But before we conclude, I want to mention a couple of things. No. So, why is this build superior to the other one? In what sense is this build superior to the other one? Let's talk about it again briefly, and... here the main point is the way heavy attack and light attack work, for which I need a naval battle. Okay, like a decent one like this one. So, like in this case, with this build, we go for only screens. We have nothing but screens. This doesn't matter. In my opinion, this is actually a disadvantage of this build compared to the other one. Now, what the advantage is that these light cruisers only have light attack, and they only target the first row. So all of their damage is concentrated here. And because of the high screening efficiency, the torpedo destroyers also mostly deal damage to the light to the screens. Now, once either of them manages to destroy the screens, these guys will take heavy damage both from the torpedoes and the light attack, because then they will be the first non-empty row, so they will take massive damage. And then the same will happen to these ones. The good thing is here the damage is very focused. Like almost all of the initial damage is focused on the screens, and then it's focused on the second row, and then it's focused on the third row. And that's an advantage of this build. Let's take a look at the other build, so the one with the heavy cruisers, and see the main differences. Let's try to get into a similar battle somewhere. Okay, bigger one like this one. Okay, so what's the main difference here? The main difference here is that we actually are split into 2 rows. We have our heavy cruisers in the back line and the torpedo destroyers in the front. Now, the torpedo destroyers do the same thing. They mostly deal damage to these guys because of the screening efficiency. So all of the torpedoes are intercepted by the screens, and some of the torpedoes hit the screens and deal some damage. The heavy cruisers deal their damage split between the first and second row, because capital ships can hit the first 2 rows in a naval battle. So their damage is not entirely concentrated on the screens. Also, they have a bit more heavy attack than light attack, which you can see from here. You have basically more balanced stats overall between light and heavy attack. The light attack would be better on these guys, the heavy attack is a bit better on these guys, but the damage is split, which is not ideal. The reason light attack is so good is that it's focused entirely on the screens first and then entirely on the capital ships later, even though it's less effective on the capital ships. It's still focused, which is more important than being effective. Dealing some damage to all of the ships is not as good as destroying the screens fast. So, one would clearly say, well, then the light cruiser option is better. But the reason I like the heavy cruiser option is that the heavy cruisers are in the backline, which means they are protected from torpedoes by the torpedo destroyers, and from all of the light attack of light attack cruisers and so on, which hit the destroyers before hitting the cruisers. So they can only be hit right now from well, the carriers and the battleships, or heavy cruisers and battle cruisers. So they take less damage overall compared to light cruisers. The second advantage, of course, is that they can be the pride of the fleet, so you can have the pride of the fleet, which is cool, and you can use line of battle, which is better than fast battleships. So these are the advantages of heavy cruisers. Among the other disadvantages, they are more expensive than light cruisers, and you can only assign 5 dockyards to them, which means, for example, in this particular testing scenario, despite the fact that we assigned the same overall amount of dockyards to both, so it was 10 to light cruisers plus another 10, we got the light cruisers out much faster. Now, these ones are not necessarily slower in general. In the end, at some point of the run, it will make the same amount, but we will get them in October, as you can see here. So until October, we get nothing from these 4 production lines. While, again, if we go back to the light cruiser one, now here we get them in August, and August is much closer, which means we can get at least 2 in our navy before the end of this testing scenario. In any case, you get them twice as fast in a shorter amount of time. In a longer amount of time, it's basically the same. Other than that, I don't really have many considerations to make here. I mean, we researched this, which we didn't need. We would probably get this one if you go for the light cruisers, and you would get this one if you go for the heavy cruisers. It's probably useful getting both, though, in any case, because... actually, never mind. If you go for light cruisers, you only need this one. If you go for heavy cruisers, you also need this one, ideally. But you still need this one, because this one also buffs the light attack on heavy cruisers, which we really need. So it's one more research for heavy cruisers as well. So the build could be, the cheapest build could be light cruisers with these, torpedo destroyers, these, you ignore this one and this one, you just stick to these 2. For that you just need the basic destroyer and the basic, cruiser. Well, I'm not entirely sure in the end about these 2 builds. I think they are both good, and they are a bit more advanced. When you cannot afford to make them, you probably should only make the torpedo destroyers. Let's go back to the design, take a look again. I kind of like the fact that you see, another point is heavy cruisers in this way, they really don't need armor, because they can stay in the backline. They don't take damage from the light cruisers and destroyers, so they really don't need armor. And the battleships and battle cruisers have more piercing than you get armor in any case, so it doesn't matter. Let's also check the dominance, actually. 206, what about this one? 184, but it's cheaper, so I'm not sure. And the hit profile, that's the other thing. Also the HP, 130, 242. Well, the HP is significantly better for the heavy cruisers. Hit profile, 612 to 512. The heavy attack and torpedo attack is very similar. 0.1% is not a big difference. The light attack is a bit bigger, but these guys take less damage from light attacks in any case, because they're in the back line. So they care less about light attack. They mostly care about heavy attack and torpedo attack. I don't know. This is one of the things I don't know. From this testing, they are both very good. Maybe it would be interesting to see with a smaller investment, because of course these mixed builds take a bit more of an investment, and the question is, how many do you really need to succeed as we did? 100,000, yes, but can you get it done with less than 100,000 IC? Because other countries wouldn't be able to afford this much. Can you guys think about any other considerations to make with the light cruiser versus heavy cruiser comparison? So like heavy cruisers are a bit more resilient, they give you a line of battle, they stay in the back, they are protected, they are the pride of the fleet. Light cruisers give you even more light attack. Maybe another consideration is the light cruisers soak some more damage, maybe. Help a bit the destroyers take less damage. And actually, by setting them on strike force and the destroyers on patrol, the destroyers still take most of the damage early on. So the light cruisers are usually not heavily damaged. Where are they? You know, not losing, now for example, we took a lot of damage with the light cruisers. So it might have been bugged by reloading several times, but I'm not sure. Yeah, difficult to decide between these two builds. The light cruiser build and the heavy cruiser build. There is no doubt that you want a lot of destroyers in your builds. That's for sure. And torpedo destroyers still have an edge over light attack destroyers. And you get absolutely no doctrines. But assuming that one day you get a doctrine, that's another advantage for torpedo destroyers, because at least you get this one. If I play with you, I want to be Italy. I don't think about anything. I'm just a bird and you... Actually, Italy is one of the countries I would like to test one of these navy builds on. Like to see if... doing it as Germany... Italy should be able to do something like this, though. I'm trying to figure out if the destroyers take, if the heavy cruisers take less damage and maybe build up the veteran level a bit faster. I do have the feeling they take less damage. No. Yeah, so once again, take a look at the battles here. The heavy cruisers do look very solid, indeed. Because these destroyers are easily replaceable, and these heavy cruisers are in fairly good shape. Only one is significantly damaged. The other ones are in very good shape. Much of a difference with targeting, damage control and shell tax? The answer is no, because with... in any case... where is it? In any case you would get this one, but you can use the discount for this one by using Navy Experience, so this one is easy. And then one tech difference, I would say. But these techs, I forgot how long they are, but it's like 36 days. So they are very, very easy techs to get, these ones. So you can easily get both. And in any case, yeah, I wouldn't go for the upgrade guns because they're not generally worth it. Now let's see again with the light cruisers if they take more damage. Let's focus a bit more on them and the damage and experience they take. That's a lot of damage that they took, for example, here. I don't know why in the previous tests they performed better overall, but here they seem to be taking a lot more damage. Must also be said that light cruisers failed in the test when we used them on their own. Well, heavy cruisers would also have failed in that test. But... So here they got their reinforcements because it's August, so at least we got 2 more. And we still won because at this point we probably wiped the Royal Navy, but that's another story. Some battles must have been particularly painful, like this one. This one. This one. And this one. Do I heavy cruisers again? Again, let's keep an eye on the damage they take. We'll talk about that tech, those techs in a second. So let's again look at the damage they take, compare a bit. He definitely took less damage. Now they're taking a lot of damage though. So overall it's not going very well this time. I still have the feeling they take less damage, even though in this testing scenario they took more damage. The light cruisers were all very, very low. You know what, I would say, again, probably more testing in different areas or different scenarios would be required, but I am leaning towards these heavy cruisers being a bit better. I mean, look at these guys. These ones are almost all, and now we get 4 more in October. So yes, you get them a bit later, but then in the end you still get 4. So now we're back at 11, which is more than we had initially. And with the Royal Navy, that is probably unable to engage us anymore. When do we get the next batch? In case in June. It takes quite a while to make them. 7 months to make them is a lot. That's for sure. That has to be considered a disadvantage because in 7 months we would probably have the same amount of light cruisers, but these ones you get them later. Let's see if any of them loses at some point. Maybe we can use that. The stats in the battle looks kind of like AI does not invest much in their navy beyond what they start with. Actually, that's not true. If you talk the UK, you can see. Let's look at their researches, but I'm pretty sure they have pretty good ones. Well, they have significantly more techs than us for sure. They do have all of the fire control shit unlocked here. Even the tier 2, they have the radar. And they are making some improved carriers. They are making some... yeah, no, just improved carriers, I would say. But yeah, they don't have the best designs, but they shouldn't. I mean, the AI doesn't have the best designs in terms of tanks and so on. I mean... You can play fucking ship mode if you want the best designs. No, I mean, it's the UK is investing in it. By the way, I wanted to mention that the fire control system is not that good. Let's assume that we have it. So the fire control system increases the anti-air that we don't care much about. Then the light battery and heavy battery hit chance. So of course it's completely useless on the torpedo destroyers because these are not light or heavy batteries. So first of all, it's useless there. And here, yes, it's of course it's okay to have. It only increases the price a little bit. So if you have it, sure, you should use it. But the hit chance increase is not as big to be that relevant. Though I would definitely use it if I had it. And the radar is particularly not worth it. Let's tag the UK maybe to see the radar. So, okay, the radar actually only increases the light. But the first one doesn't increase anything. It only increases detection, which is not particularly useful if they engage you anyway. Where is my music? And then the second tier increases the light battery and heavy battery hit chance by only 2.5%, and that requires a special facility, a special project, and then it also requires this tech. And then you get something good, but only much later with the 1941 radar tech. I mean, at that point, the investment is quite big. Though, if you do want to invest in the radar and in the fire control system, I would definitely do it on the heavy cruisers, not on the light cruisers, since the heavy cruisers have both light and heavy attack, so they benefit more from the increased hit chance. Okay, so back to the light cruisers. I want to see again the damage they take in big battles. I also have the feeling that the first couple of battles determine a lot of how it will go, because they get the veteran level if they don't take that much damage. And then once they are veteran, they do deal a lot of damage. Yeah, it's very cool that right now we got the extra too. That's very cool. Though technically you could also be waiting until October 1940 if that's the timing. You still have enough time to wipe them and invade them. Big damage, big damage. Maybe they lose. Then again, if they do get damage, repairing them takes forever. Submarines to destruct the Royal Navy works, not for very long, but for a bit it works. Not to destruct the Strike Force fleets. And then, as I said at the beginning of the live, the AI now cheats by putting their fleet on Do Not Engage. And that fleet doesn't engage the submarines and gives them dominance. So unless you engage that fleet, you cannot get dominance. So difficult to decide between these two builds, honestly. This light cruiser is at 0% strength. One mosquito and it will die. But they still win. I would like in my conclusions to put a favorite build between these two, so... Which one do you think is stronger? Heavy cruisers or light cruisers? I'm not sure why when we went... Ah, no, because the IC, of course, because the IC is higher for the heavy cruisers, so that's why we also have more torpedo destroyers when we go for the light cruiser build. Well, this build is more expensive. Probably the longer you play, the more powerful this build is compared to the other one. Well, they don't want to lose anyway. Let's see if maybe the... Because then again, you can also go torpedo destroyer only. Let's see if we can manage to lose one with them. Just one test, just to say, you know, this doesn't work so well. I love that torpedoes bypass the armor, don't need heat chance, ignore everything. This may very well be the strongest of the builds in the end. Considering you're almost never only with them, you will always at least get some other fleet. Most likely. And if you use the other fleets on strike force. I mean, you build them so quickly, it's crazy. And they may scare the eye a bit more, so they stop engaging you faster. Like, this was a very good performance from the heavy cruisers. Look at that, all very high level of training and very little damage taken. What is the 100,000 IC based on? Is that what you worked out Jer can do with within the time frame using its starting dockyard or something like that? I actually did the whole run. Yeah, I did the whole run, and you can find it in since you're a member in the tier 2 membership folder. There is the guide to achieve that IC with Germany. In the particular run in which I did it, which I think I have somewhere, maybe. Let's see. Maybe not. Yes. It should be this one. I'm not entirely sure. Let's check if it is this one. It is. Okay, yeah, this is the actual run on which I based all of the IC evaluations. And in this one I built 70 of these torpedo light No, torpedo. No, not torpedo. Light attack destroyers. So the original test was for this, specifically for this scenario, but then again, the IC that I put into them, you could put into something else. So that's how the evaluation is done. You simply delete them, judge how much they cost, and use the same IC for other stuff. By the way, since we are here, let's test them too. They were okay, but in the end, not better in my opinion than the torpedo destroyer, and not particularly worth going into the plus version with better guns. No, I don't have a video, huh? You just get you have the spreadsheet guide, but I didn't record it. Though it will definitely be my next Germany guide, this build, because there is no reason not to do it. You don't lose anything. The amount of, well, as you can see, I was following the same exact strategy. We have the same amount of units, the same amount of SPGs, and we have the same amount, more or less, maybe slightly less planes, but I don't think so, honestly. Same amount of planes. So basically what I gave up on are a couple of infrastructures in these two provinces and the special facility, and just building a few more dockyards early on, and then picking a couple of focuses, these focuses here. So 3 focuses that mean we delay this one. I delayed I think this one, which I haven't picked yet, and then I decided not to pick this one that I was picking. I delayed this one. No, actually I don't pick this one because 2 meals are not important at that point. So slight changes, optimization changes that overall allow us to get this big navy without particular effort. I was curious to see how many dockyards Italy actually has. Let's see how many they have now. Don't know if they built some. So Italy has 21. I don't know if they have 21 by default though. But Italy definitely has a bigger starting fleet, so I'm pretty sure Italy can make a nice build with torpedo destroyers as well. As for which one is better between light cruisers and heavy cruisers to pair with the torpedo destroyers, I guess that remains to be seen. You could argue that either one is fine, I guess. I'm still hoping for a loss. Oh, maybe. This is pretty bad. 4? Only 4? We may lose. We did it. Yeah, this is a loss. This is a loss. Wipe. Okay, we got a wipe with the heavy cruisers. Now we need to see if we get no wipe with the light cruisers, then they have the upper hand. Because they have never been wiped so far. I mean, both builds make sense in slightly different ways. You know, they are not going to lose this one. If you lose, you need to lose badly the first 1 or 2 battles. If you win the first 1 or 2 battles, I don't think you can lose anymore after that. Oh yeah, definitely very doable. It's just about it's slightly different priority, but no, it's cool. As Germany, it's cool. Again, as I said, the sad thing is minor powers don't have this possibility. So for them, not being able to invade the UK is a bit annoying. Though if you tell Paradox, they will probably tell you that that's okay. minor powers should not be able to invade the UK. And then if you watch their live streams, you see why they say that, because they like play, I don't know, the Philippines until 1944, conquering nothing. It's a different way of playing for sure. Doesn't look like we can make these light cruisers lose. So and then, as we said several times during the live, having the bigger fleet is better than a higher quality fleet. Numbers really matter. And that would be definitely in favor of light cruisers because they are cheaper. Navy looks more complicated than before, and now you actually have to semi-engage with the mechanics, so naturally stop playing HOI4. No, that's very sad, man. There is still my paratroopers only Germany build that you can use. But again, that's something you can do as Germany, and only if you cheese the paratroopers. The cup. Yeah, it's the lack of alternatives that is problematic here. They really don't give you any other options. Last one, boys. Either a wipe now, or we determine that the light cruiser torpedo destroyer build is the best. UK, this is your last chance. They didn't win the first two battles. That's it. They are done. Fully screwed. So I did lose two of them at some point, it seems. Now look at the UK. It's nowhere to be seen. Where is the UK? Why do they still have dominance in the channel if they are not even here? Fuck you. Where is your dominance now, idiots? They still have dominance though, somehow. You know what, I'll say something bold here. That's never going to happen, but I understand that putting a fleet on do not engage should not give dominance, and that's what the UK is doing, by the way, just to be clear. The UK is getting dominance in the not now because they removed it, but they use their fleets on do not engage to get dominance. But the defending country should really not be able to do that. Because the defending country needs to defend the entire area. So they cannot put their fleet on do not engage. How do they get dominance if they don't engage you? But the attacking fleet doesn't need dominance in the entire region to trigger a naval invasion. You see what I mean? They should make triggering the naval invasion require less dominance. Why would you need the dominance everywhere? You just need it in one place. You know what we didn't do and we could try? Let's try to send them to the channel instead. Let's see if in the channel the UK gets more aggressive or something. Yeah, dominance per tile, or overall a lower dominance requirement, or something that allows you to get dominance only for a naval invasion. to get them to the right place, though. Interestingly enough, seems easier to fight them here. It is usually easier to fight them here because we are closer to our fleets. Well, then, of course, there is also the fact that one day it would be nice to be able to use doctrines. That would be fun. That would be very fun if we could have doctrines. Can you imagine wiping the Royal Navy and not getting a single perk? No, sadly, I don't know if that's going to work anymore with the UK because they cheat. Now let's see if I can show that. No. I need to show you before I destroy their navy to show you how they cheat. I have a naval invasion planned in this area, which does, in theory, at least prompt the UK to defend the area more aggressively. But as you can see here, they also defend other areas quite aggressively, so it's not as impactful anymore. So now maybe we can see the UK cheating. Yeah, that's the cheat. They put their fleet on never repair and do not engage. They put several fleets all around the UK on patrol, do not engage, and that way they get dominance without fighting. And it's much harder for us to get dominance even when we fight them. So that's why a cheap fleet is probably not going to get the job done anymore. Until the beta is official and I have a chance to test it as a minor power, it's hard to tell, because you need to see exactly what happens when you get to this point as a minor. But the feeling is that several minors will not be able to get the job done anymore. I wonder if I have a run in which there is a Vichy France, because I wanted to see one thing about Vichy France. Maybe here there is a Vichy France, let's see. No, because it's too early. Wait, no, but this is not the... Wait a second. Okay, maybe this one. Let's see. Okay, here there is a Vichy France. Now, yeah, let me just 1 second. Let me cap Japan. Spoiler, by the way, huh? Big spoilers here. Damn it. Doesn't matter much, but I don't want Japan to be alive. Fuck's sake. Give me Fujima, motherfuckers. Okay, so now, assuming that we are a minor power getting to Europe, yeah, true. Now Vichy France is fascist. Okay. So let me see one thing. Now, in this case, you wouldn't be able because we are communists, so we cannot join. Yeah, true. Though we need to join the Axis. Fuck, this is not a good test. Sorry. Then maybe. Yeah, about this. How about these guys? These guys should work. Let's see. I'm probably going to do just allow deploy. Also, I shouldn't do this. Really? No, they should invite me though at some point or not. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is the usual. So these people will never get here, but that's another story. Let's assume by some miracle that they can get there. Might be a border that we need to protect here. Either way, that's not the point. The point is just... and I don't think that's going to be the case, but I want to test if Vichy France joins the Allies if I declare war on them. They shouldn't though. And that's new. So that's some good news at least. Where are the people who will never get there? Getting intercepted 100%. So they shouldn't be able to join any faction, I believe. Okay. So in theory, you can take Vichy France, although unfortunately taking the mainland of Vichy France is never enough. And we can also not call Germany against them, can we? Where is my war with Vichy France? It's the reclamation of Hong Kong. But you cannot call anybody into it. So yeah, maybe in a different scenario. How do you attack Vichy France otherwise? Oh, does Germany never... Well, if you're in Europe, I guess you just need to have a border with Vichy France, but then you can justify on them, you can take them, then you can take their navy. In our case, we wouldn't really need their navy because we have the Japanese navy. Japanese navy would likely be enough to invade the UK, but you know what? Why don't we test it? Now we're actually going to some other places here. We're going to here. And it's going to take a while. we even have technologies to naval invade or not? No. But let's pretend we do. Alright, my bad.
命令，集合，准备完毕，长官。
What do you mean naval invasion cap reached? I didn't get the
是的，
research
长
yet.
官。命令，是的，长官。命令，准备移动。注意， 命令，
In 1 million years, maybe we'll get this fleet. Ah, by the way, this is something I was curious about. Japan, what does Japan do? Sorry, Japan, the US do? Nothing. That's very cool. I guess with China you would be able to do cool things. Okay, so if we were at this point and we wanted to invade the UK, what would we do?
命令，
Well, if we had this fleet, most likely, and we have the submarines too. Fuck is yeah, most likely I would set the submarines on convoy raiding around the UK. And then I would set these guys on patrol, do not engage. Probably that would be the way to go. Let's see if that something like that would work. Probably yes, because the Japanese Navy is the Japanese Navy. Yeah, so if you can take the Japanese Navy, you're good. Problem is taking the Japanese Navy.
集合，
Still have supply problems though, because we don't get supplies probably. No. Yeah, because who knows where our supplies are coming from, and probably they are not coming from at all. We're getting screwed too. So that would be a bit of an issue. More like a massive issue, because without supplies you cannot push.
注意，
We need the supplies to come from Germany, because from here supplies can come. The problem is they cannot go from China to here.
有何指示？
Somehow now we got some supplies.
长官， 准备移动。有何指示？
Fuck you. Okay, yeah, not the most relevant testing here, but with a good fleet, you can invade the UK. The question is how many people can afford this kind of fleet, and this one in particular is almost impossible. You need to be in the area. In Europe, you probably have access to Vichy France fleet. Then you can usually get the fleets in the Balkans. Spain is another easy one that you can always get. And then if you can fight the Axis first, then you have the Axis fleet, which may be enough. It's probably enough. Again, the bigger issue is for countries that cannot afford to do that. The ones that come to mind are Brazil and Turkey, Ottoman Turkey right now. Boys, I think it's time to end this stream. That was much longer than it should have been. Could you block access to other seasons around the UK except the channel? Would them force them through the German? No, I don't think so, because the problem is where supplies go from China to Germany. Yeah, the Soviet Union can actually struggle too, but the Soviet Union has overwhelming air power, so with a very strong air force you can get dominance even with a smaller fleet. As long as you have a lot of planes, you can do it easily. Look at Italy, stealing 35% of the score. Boys, I think this is a good ending for the live. And I think I have some conclusions to write down. Which, by the way, saw the torpedo destroyers being still the primary design, and the light cruisers being the best pair to match them into a fleet that is not only torpedo destroyers. While the heavy cruisers are also good, maybe better later in the run, but not performing as well as the light cruisers. Thanks for watching, boys. See you soon.